Hi, I'm Misty Wrigley Miller, and welcome to the Kentucky Classic Combined Driving Event live streaming. Tonight, it's Dressage at Dusk, and it's very exciting because the competitors will be competing in the Rolex Stadium as the sun goes down and the lights come up. It's going to be very dramatic, and we think you're going to see a lot of nice driven dressage tests.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Kentucky Classic here at the Kentucky Horse Park in Lexington, Kentucky. We're about to get underway with our one-star dressage, and starting off with our preliminary, our advanced single ponies. Our grand jury this weekend is under the presidency of Anne-Marie Turbe from France, who is at C. Our jury made up of Kel Palmer Miller from the United States at B, and at E is Elimar Turnert from Germany. Our technical delegate is Joran Hoeteman from the Netherlands. Our FEI steward is Guy Brown, assisted by Bill Kratz, and our FEI veterinarian is Dr. Richard Forker. We're a few minutes away now from our first vehicle on course, and our first to go today will be Michelle Blackler, and we'll tell you more about her in just a moment. But I would like to also welcome our viewers on our live streaming today on the KentuckyClassicCDE.com, USEFnetwork.com, and the CAAonline.com, and we will be streaming today, Marathon on Saturday, and the Cones on Sunday. I'm joined here today by Sterling Grayburn, twice national single horse champion in 2008 and 2012, just come back from the World Single Horse Championships where he was the highest placed American. And he will be giving commentary on today's dressage once we start. We're still looking for our first horse. And our first to go, number 2, Gallard Mr. Shorts, a Welsh cob, 14-2 hands, owned by Ellen DeChico, driven by Michelle Blackmer, put to a Frey Carriage Company's Tilbury Contempera. Paddy, as Mr. Shorts is known as, likes black licorice. Sterling, tell us about our first test coming up.
Good afternoon, Nigel. The first test, this is the FEI single test, and there's some interesting movements in here. I sort of like these FEI tests. They're a little bit more challenging than some in the past. Not everybody likes the canter movements, but I kind of think it's a fun thing, and we have to do it later in the cones usually and always in the marathon, so I think that'll be a nice thing to add in. I see Michelle's coming up. I have not seen Michelle drive this this pony this year, but I've seen some pictures and he looks quite excellent.
And while we wait for the whistle from the judge, driving a Welsh cob, good competitive driving horse.
Yeah, Welsh cobs have been quite successful from the beginning of the sport, really. Back in the early 70s, George Bowman drove a four-in-hand of cobs, and there have been a number of pair, single, and less now, but in the past, four-in-hands of the Welsh cobs. Their strong build and often quite extravagant movement is always a good thing for a good score in the dressage test, and can be quite active in the marathon as well.
I'm sure you'll be talking about the 1-star and the 2-star in the FEI rankings. Explain those a little more, if you would.
This is sort of a new thing for driving in the past couple of years, where the drivers have to attain their stars. I was fortunate enough, since I've been doing this since the dark ages, I was grandfathered in and didn't have to qualify based on my past performances. The drivers have to get their their 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star qualifications to compete at the upper levels.
And our first to go today, Michelle Blackman, number 2, with Ellen DeChico's Gallard Mr. Shorts, a 14-2 Welsh Cob to the Frey carriage.
The first movement center line is always the first impression the judge gets, so you always want to make a nice straight entrance. The first thing the judge sees is this coming down the center line, and anything that they judge afterwards is sort of based on what they've seen in the beginning. Michelle probably would have liked a little bit more immobility there at the beginning, at that halt. This movement's a deviation. As always in the dressage test, the accuracy of the figures, consistency of movement, collection, engagement of the hind end is all critical. And you see Patty's doing a nice steady test so far. And the judges are looking for a nice active walk forward, some stretch forward and down. The transitions, as I said, are always critical. Neither too early, too late, and as coordinated as possible. Balanced transition. So far, we've got a very accurate test here. Judges might want to see a little bit more bending, but Patty's being very consistent. serpentine of 5 loops, and we're looking for consistency of bend changing. Oh, I apologize, 2 loops. Nice square halt, a little immobile at the beginning. She should be happy with that halt in the end. I think the judges might be looking for a little bit more expression in the gaits in this horse. He's very solid and not making big mistakes, but I think they're just going to want to see a little bit more risk. And coming up the center line for our final halt. Nice safe test. I think the scoring will see that they wanted a little bit more risk and a little bit more expression.
Michelle Blackmore and Ellen de Chico's Gala to Mr. Shorts, a Welsh cob put to the Fright Carriage Company's Tilbury Contemporary. That's our first to go in our one-star single pony division. We have 3 competitors in this division, and our next to go will be number 5, Karina Crawford, with her own ponies, Nixon Noble. She's driving for the dressage. And she's driving Nixon and Rocco for the marathon. Her ponies are put to a Glenkowski Spider Phaeton, which have a different character. Karina Crawford driving her full brothers, German riding ponies. Karina Crawford from Canada with Nixon and Noble to the Glinkowski Spider Phantom.
We have a nice pair of German riding ponies here.
You want to go to the restaurant? Right there.
Oh, sweet. And then after we'll sit up in the shade up there.
Karina may still be claiming Canadian citizenship, but she's been living in the States for a bit. These two ponies, I believe, are actually full brothers. With the pairs, you know, we're looking for how they work together, how even they are. It's nice when they're in stride, and you find quite often with a pair they find that naturally. I've been watching these ponies for a couple of years now, and they're coming along pretty nicely. Another nice transition for Karina there. Ponies are working a little bit better now than they started out. They can be quite impressive. Not quite staying as consistent as she'd probably like them to be at the moment. There we see that expression that we were lacking in that first test. Taking a little risk, pushing a little bit more for the extension. ponies nicely together. There's that immobility that they want to see so much. Could have been a little bit smoother, but getting two to go together is always a little bit more difficult than one. I always find a little bit more interesting when we have frequent transitions like this. It really makes the driver pay attention, and it really tests how responsive your animals are. Single or pair or four, doesn't matter. A little bit of jigging there in the walk, that'll cost her some. Here we have some moments of very nice lengthening. Ponies not quite working together as well as they could. Which will take a little bit away of what she earned in the quality of the lengthening, or extension rather. Nice stretch down in the half circle there. And again, a nice attack on the center line lengthening.
Knows this. Ask him questions.
Lots of expression in that test. I think Karina will be fairly happy.
And completing the test there, Karina Crawford with her German riding ponies to Glinkowski. And from German riding ponies, we go to American classic Shetland ponies. Martell's Al Capone and Bugsy Malone, the little gangsters here today, owned and driven by Mary Phelps. They're put WCC Sheltie Fairton. They competed in their first one start at Kingdom of the Sun, their second at Live Oak in Florida in the intermediate pair pony. And in just 3 years of driving, they're now in the advanced division. Mary Phelps, for the last 35 years, been a very well-known equestrian photographer. And I am told she's just got engaged to Wayne Humphrey, so congratulations there. Sterling, what's the difference here now? We've got smaller ponies from the German riding ponies. They all judge the same?
They are, Nigel, all still judged the same. Maybe the smaller ponies have to, express a little bit more. Movement's a little different.
Mary Phelps and the Gangsters put to a WCC Sheltie Fair.
These ponies don't have quite that big warm blood movement like the German riding ponies we saw before do. They just have to try just a little bit more. Not that they can't do it, but you'll see often the little guys have the advantage in the cones and the hazards, and the big guys have a little bit of the advantage in the dressage.
Is it harder to judge smaller striding ponies against the large moving German riding ponies?
It can be. It can be. You get kind of lulled into that lovely rhythm and suspension that you see with the bigger moving ponies, and by comparison, this looks a little bit rapid. So you have to kind of switch from fast to slow, and judge what you're seeing. A few years ago, I was talking to a fellow, and he drove New Forest ponies in Holland, and there's a famous Dutch pony driver, father and son, Art Van de Kamp Jr. and Sr., and he said, he could beat them in the dressage, but it was hard to beat them in the marathon. So the Shetties did the most accurate, precise test they could, and then drove like fire on the marathon, and they could come out winning.
Is it usual or unusual that someone can take up driving 3 years ago and make it to the advanced division that quickly?
It is fairly unusual. It's been done. It can be done. I think Mary's been around the sport for a long time. I think I've got a video when I was helping my mother in 1986, and Mary was there videographing and photographing. So she's been observing the sport for a long time, even if she hasn't been on the box seat. I think you pick up a lot that way. But she's also been working with every trainer she can get near to keep polishing. And she was working with multiple world champion Bram Chardon for a while, and she's when you train with the best you can, you get good fast.
Well, so you must have some sort of natural talent as well.
Absolutely. If it doesn't matter how smart your trainer is, if you can't do what they tell you to do, you're not going to pick it up. The more horse sense you've got, the more feel you've got, the better chance you've got of picking it up quickly. Mary's got some good she's being fairly accurate in her test. I think the judges are going to want to see those ponies a little bit more together, a little bit more on the bit, and we got a little break there. Nothing major, no big errors. Just I think they're going to want them a little bit more correct in their engagement and execution.
What would that knock her down in points wise?
It really depends on the judge's opinion of what. We try to be as standard as we can in the judging. Some judges are going to care more about precision, and some judges are going to really knock her when the ponies are above the bit. That break, again, it depends on the judges. I had a horse who broke twice in an extension, and we got an 8, which makes me wonder what I would have gotten without that. But and then sometimes that would just put you down into the below 5 automatically.
Explain how the scoring is done in the dressage.
Points are awarded from 1 or 0, can be a 0, up to 10, 10 being the highest. And hold on. So that, and they can use half points as well. So, basically, 0 was not performed, 1 is very bad, 2 is bad, 3 I think is insufficient. I'm not exactly sure how we divide it up as we go. 10 being excellent. We try to get in 8s to 10s. We're very happy. 10s you very, very rarely see.
Overall, how is Mary doing today?
Overall, I think her execution, the figures is very good. I think maybe she rushed that rein back a little bit. I think her ponies are a little bit inconsistently on the bit, and maybe a little bit more bending. They're working well together. That will give her good points. We saw on Karina's test a little bit the near pony was a little bit letting the off pony do more work. Little counter bending there. This is not so bad. Again, when you compare the movement of the others, Mary's got to just try a little bit harder to impress the judges. Because of the lack of brilliance of the movement of her ponies. I mean, they're attractive, and she's being very precise. But I think maybe off ponies a little bit above the bit there. All these little things will hurt her a little bit here and there. Here we'd like to see them a little bit more in her hand, a little bit more on the bit. Coming up the center line. Yeah, now she's got them a little bit more in hand.
Mary Phelps and her classic American Shetlands, Markel's Al Capone and Bugsy Maloney. So we come now to pairs of ponies, or pairs of horses, I should say. And our first to go, number 8, Joan Fernandez, with her pair of Frisians, Isbrand and Hannibal, both 16-1 and 16-2. They're put to the Kunda dog cart. This year, they were first place in the advanced pairs at Shady Oaks, second at Live Oak in Florida. They were first place in the preliminary team at KOTS. Joan Fernandez from California operates Frisian Focus, the training and breeding facility for KFPS approved Frisians. So our Frisians here today, different again from the German riding ponies. You have many breeds here in driving discipline. Do the breeds make a difference?
Certainly the breeds do make a difference. Have one advantage with the Frisians in that, they pretty much all look alike. Matching a Frisian to another Frisian is I'm sure not quite that simple, but one Frisian's black, the next one's black as well.
Entering the arena now, Joan Fernandez and her Frisian pair to the Kunda dog cart.
There are some different types within the breed, but Frisians, they make a nice presentation. They're big, pretty black horses, usually a lot of style, not always as correct. We'll see how Joan's doing here with her horses.
Don't have the age of this pair. What generally is the age of an advanced horse in driving?
The minimum would be 6 for international, and that rule changes from time to time. But I believe we're still at 6 for international competition, and unless they've changed it, last I looked, the mandatory retirement was 25.
Lifespan for a horse then.
Absolutely, and we see quite a few. There were 2 horses at the singles championships in Austria. One was 20 and one was 18, and the 18-year-old finished in the top 5, I'm pretty sure. So a little bit over flexing on that one horse there. The left horse, that'll cost her some points, a little inconsistency.
With one hand is difficult, I suspect.
It is more challenging certainly than driving with 2 hands. That's why they put it in these upper level tests. And if your horses are cooperating, it's a joy, and if not, we see some veins popping on forehead sometimes. I know I had that in Bieber. With the Frisians, we see that nice even tempo working together, even when they're maybe not quite in frame together. Their tempo still seems fairly similar. And they just kind of get in that rhythm and bop along. And Nigel, also we have in the cumulative remarks, there's the driver is also judged on how she uses the whip and aids, and some people will stay very quiet and very still and not do anything with their hands or their whip or their aids, and they're happier to see somebody who tries something and makes a change in the test if it's not going as they want, or whether it's rather than that they just stay and make no movements and nothing changes and the test falls apart worse. So use of the aids is one of the movements that they want, and we see Joan using the whip here and there just to encourage one or another. There we have a nice, very square halt, fairly immobile, a little bit of head movement, not too bad. That should get her a good mark. Might want to see a little more energy in that walk.
When they occasionally match stride, is that on purpose or does that just happen with horses?
We'd like to say that we do that on purpose, but the reality is really the horses find themselves doing that together. They find that it, I think it's a little bit like walking hand in hand with somebody or your arm around somebody's waist. You get in step because it's easier to stay in step than it is to stay out of step. So I think it happens fairly natural.
I love that analogy. Now she looks as though she's taking a different pattern across the arena there. Is this a different test?
This is a different test. We're into the this is the FEI 3-star, I believe.
No.
2-star single horse test or pair horse test. Sorry, it's a different test than what the 1-stars were driving, and it will be again different than what we'll see with the singles and the teams. Again, we have a one-handed movement, and it's always a challenge too when you have a change of direction with that one-handed movement. Maybe a little bit early back to the one-handed there. I'm not sure where that movement ends, but they might say a little bit early. That left horse overflexing on her there's going to cost her a little bit throughout the test and in the collective remarks. So we might find a 0 on that rein back there, but halt was all right, but then that rein back didn't happen. That would be unfortunate for her there. Again there with the one-handed movement.
Do these vehicles have brakes on them?
These vehicles will have at least 1 and possibly even 3 brakes on them, Nigel. This vehicle has for sure rear brakes. It may also have, I think it does have front brakes also, and then it may as well have a turntable brake, which helps them make a nicer, straighter rein back, and also in the cones, if they start to fishtail a little bit, it'll help stabilize the vehicle. But they will have at least rear brakes on the vehicle, if not front, rear, and fifth wheel. At the advanced level, you'll find most of them have all 3. I talked a little bit earlier about the use of the aids in those one-handed movements. While they may not use their free hand, their right hand on the reins, that does not stop them from using the whip to help guide the horses left or right as they go, as well as keeping them forward.
completing the test there, Joan Fernandez and her Frisians, Isbaran and Hannibal, put to the Kunle dog cart. So at the arena now is our next to go and our reigning national pairs champion, Steve Wilson from Louisville, Kentucky. Driving his pair of Lipizzanus. Well, and there we've got two of the pair Dutch harness horses, 8 and 7-year-olds, Endero and Dario. Revenant as a 10-year-old Lipizzan. They're put to Kunle dressage vehicle at this moment. Steve Wilson is also host at the National Pairs Championships at the end of the month at the Hermitage Classic in Goshen, Kentucky. Again, another driver taking up the sport fairly late in life and becoming National Pairs Champion. Steve Wilson and his pair to the Kunle dressage vehicle.
Yeah, so we have a little study in black and white here in the pairs class. We had the Frisians from Holland, and now we have a pair of Dutch harness horse, also from Dutch breeding. Yeah, Steve has been driving just a few years now, and he's had some success with these. As he said, he's the reigning pair champion. Nice pair of Dutch horses. And again, we have some horses that are naturally good movers. They have their own suspension built in, makes it a little easier for the driver, and should have quite expressive gaits. First one-handed movement. You know, for sure, if he were to have to, either any driver have to use their other hand to make a correction, the judges are going to nail that pretty hard. By this level, they expect them to be able to handle this fairly easily. That being said, horses are horses, and they don't always do as you wish and expect them to do. Well done. This pair is working nicely together, staying quite even, carrying themselves well. A little break there on the off horse, that'll cost him a little bit. Every once in a while in a pair you get away with a little bobble like that, but this was just between two judges, so I'm pretty sure they could both see it even if the third one couldn't. Yeah, nice bouncy suspension and neck collected there.
Holding the whip out on to the side is just to show that he is driving one-handed?
Yes, Nigel, the criteria states that it must be clear that you're not using that other hand to assist the whip hand or the free hand. So generally speaking, the drivers will hold at a right angle to their body, so it's very clear that their hand's nowhere near the reins.
Can they use their whip in a single-handed movement?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's still an aid. They never take that aid away from you. Again, little bobble with that right horse. Just a little break. From here, that looks fairly square. Horse step back a little bit. Good forward move off. Horses are drifting a little bit. The judge at sea is not going to like that very well. And jigging, they won't like that. You know, it's a nice turnout, the gray horses and all that. It gives a nice impression. They came in well. So now it's up to Steve to keep that good impression going on as he drives the rest of the test.
We've got 3 days of competition between the dressage, the marathon, and the cones. How are they weighted between the 3 phases?
All 3 phases are important. Barring Boyd XL's recent exhibition of competitive driving skills at the most recent World Four-in-Hand Championships, where he won all 3 phases, it's not unusual to see a winner in each phase different, and maybe not even the overall winner. It is possible, if you're second in all 3, to come out on top in the end. But it helps quite a lot if you start out with a good dressage score. Little resistance from that off horse, that might hurt him there. And again, you know, horses working well together. Good bend there through the corner, a little bit off horse, a little bit resistant every once in a while, but I think Steve's overall a pretty consistent test. A couple little bobbles so far, looking quite nice. There we have a nice straight rein back, a little resistant at first, and then they got it together. And another one-handed movement. And as Nigel pointed out earlier, you know, the whip at the right angle to make it obvious. He's not using that hand on the reins at all. And there he did just touch his left horse with the whip. Reins nicely back at the letter. Horses walking nicely in stride. Fairly relaxed, stretching forward. Right horse a little bit slacking off there, but overall a nice walk. There, a nice strong finish up the center line. Oh, very precise halt.
Steve Wilson and his pair of greys to the Finland dressage vehicle. And we have the first two scores in now. Our first to go this afternoon, Michel Blackler. Judges' marks from the judge at C, Anne-Marie Turbe from France, 128.5. From the judge at E, Elmar Thunert from Germany, 135. From the judge at B, Gail Palmer Miller, 153 to give a penalty score of 63.42. And for number 5, Verena Crawford with the German riding ponies, marks from C, 146, from E, 144.5, from B, 139.5 for a 60.29. And those are our first two scores. And at the arena now is our first single pony in the two-star division. Number 13, Rebecca Gutierrez with John Olsen's Naria, a Haflinger mare. They're put to the New Heritage Spider vehicle. This year at Southern Pines in North Carolina, they were the Advanced Single Pony winner. Last year at Live Oak in Florida, they were 4th. And in 2014, they were the American Driving Society's North American Intermediate Champion. Rebecca Gutierrez and Naria.
A little bit quick on the halt there, but nice and straight in and going forward well. Nigel, you know, a lot of people look at Haflingers and say they're a drafty pony and they can't do this, but I've seen quite a lot of ponies that were Haflingers that had the moves and could do it. And Rebecca's had quite a lot of success with this pony. I know at least one time I drove against her and I did not beat her.
The horse inspection this morning, there were a lot of very nice ponies, I thought.
I did not see that. I was busy bringing my load in.
One might say he's a little more typey than the regular Haflinger.
It could be. There's quite a lot of range of type in the Haflingers. You know, for a long time, the American Haflinger people wanted drafty, hitchy ponies. You know, that they did the hitch driving and the heavy ponies. So you can find that type here, but you can also find quite a lot of the more modern type here. So this is a difficult movement. This is a yield. And I don't know how long Rebecca's been working on this, but she's going to have to get a little bit more correct to get a good mark in that. And then we have a medium trot here.
And when you say a yield, it would be like if they were being ridden, it would be like a half pass?
Correct. You know, leg yield, as it were, and then an extension. And then we're going to have a slight change of direction in the extension. And a nice transition there. That pony got a little too came back a little bit too much, and here we have the yield to the right. Quite a bit of resistance there. And it's interesting, I found even at the World Championships there were some horses that, even though they were showing at that level, and now she's got a little bit get better going on, that still really didn't have much yield at all. And then into the medium trot next again.
And I surmise that if a horse can yield well, it helps them more when they get to the marathon.
I think so. There's been a lot of people that don't like this test. This is actually my second favorite test so far. The other one was one that we drove for a year and then they took away. Lots of transitions, and there we went from a medium trot to a walk at S. That's a little bit challenging, but if you've got that partnership going and the communication going between you and your horse, you can do a nice job.
Do many people ride the horses astride?
Most do, I think. I think there may be still some holdouts that think that carriage horses don't need to be ridden, but I find that it adds, for one, it adds a little bit of a change, but also it lets you work on some issues such as the leg yield there, the yield, where you have more aids, more direct aids that you can use to help explain it to the pony. The horse that I drove at the World Championships had actually only been, here we have the first canter movement of the day. He'd been a third level dressage horse, and I think that had to help him tremendously when we went from, in 3 years, went from a preliminary level to advanced. So here we're still in the working canter, and we'll have a transition back to a collected trot again. That precision, maybe a little bit behind there, a little bit. In this 3-star test, they're really looking to see how precise the transitions can be. That was a nice immobile halt, planted 4 feet, didn't move, maybe leaned a little bit, and here we have a collected canter. They might like to see a little bit more collection in that canter. And then we're going to come and we're going to have a diagonal and an extended canter, and that can be a little explosive sometimes. We'll see how Rebecca's pony likes it. Good, and then a nice transition back. Sometimes that seems like an awfully long way for an extended canter.
The canter wasn't in the test for many years.
That's correct. Kind of a holdout from the old days when everybody believed that driving horses shouldn't canter. Then they realized, well, we're galloping like fools around the hazards. We might as well teach them how to canter for the dressage test as well. Not quite as smooth as she might have liked, I think, but she got it done. We may have lost a little bit of the relaxation after that extended gallop, or extended canter, excuse me. We're still being fairly precise, and here we have a one-handed working trot deviation of 10 meters. And then we're going to go into a collected deviation, also one-handed, so here we have that change of direction again, all in one hand. And this, I think they're going to want to see a little more collection from this. This can be a little bit difficult after we've just been charging around doing the extended canter and the lengthenings, and then have to go do a one-handed collected. And then again, lengthen to the center line.
Thank you.
Rather extension. And then a nice crisp halt. Very good. A little bit immobile.
Gutierrez and John Olson's Naria, Haflinger mare.
Little immobility issue at the end there, but overall pretty solid test.
And on the far side of the arena now, our next to go, number 21, Deborah Lawrence, with her own Lodestar, a crossbred 14-1 pony to the Glenkowski Spider Fairton. Lodestar was purchased in 2007 as an unstarted pony. He was to be driven as a pleasure driving pony. He and his driver learned together, and they've competed successfully now through all the events, starting in 2011. This is their first FEI two-star event. Deborah's groom and navigator is her husband, Dwight Lawrence, who is a retired Navy pilot and a current EMS helicopter pilot. He said, and I've just been informed that Dwight has actually retired from flying helicopters, but this is certainly more difficult than his previous jobs. Deborah Lawrence and Lodestar.
This is a fun little pony. I've had the pleasure of working with Debbie and Dwight with him a few times, and she also has another done pony coming along, a German riding pony that actually came from the driver we saw earlier, Karina Crawford. And I imagine this ring is feeling awfully scary to Debbie at this moment. She's been worrying about moving up, but I think this pony's going to do a decent job. He's got a pretty solid attitude.
Have you any idea what the crossbreeding is in the pony?
I'm not sure anybody really knows what Lodestar is. There's lots of supposition, and he's an American pony for sure. A little bit above the bit, but looks like she's getting some reasonable yield out of him there. You know, until they really get comfortable with this, it can be a little bit of a tense thing. You know, they were looking for 3 tracks, and I think he gave them that. That should get her a reasonable mark. And yeah, there we go. A little bit more in the medium trot. Just a little bit above the bit. I think they'd be happier with him if he were a little bit more in hand.
How much do they have to go on 2 tracks?
They will accept 3 tracks in that yield, so 2 tracks is not demanded. You know, it's interesting as this sport has developed. I think some of the carriages we used back in the old days would have been very nearly impossible to get a yield like this out of the pony, just because the shafts would have been so narrow. You know, this vehicle, the shafts are nearly as wide as the vehicle at the base. Gives the pony a lot of room to move his body around. Oh, little break of pace there, and he's just coming above the bit a little bit. Yeah, I think she played a little bit safe there on that medium trot. For me, I'd like to see a little bit more energy in that working trot. And then this, there we go. You know, it's always a trick in the walk. If you let them go too much, do they fall apart, and can you still steer?
As the sport of combined driving has evolved over the last 20 years, harness looks as though it's changed a lot.
Certainly, and there's still some holdouts for leather or nothing. Absolutely, we've changed design. We've improved some things. You know, we've gone from a steel tree that didn't move to one harness maker for a while anyway was using a ball joint in the saddle to really free the shoulder up. then with the synthetics that have come in, we've come up with a lot of things where we've made the harness lighter and softer and more durable, and absolutely we've made improvements. And we've also, the carriages have changed over time with steering systems that make them track a little bit wider in a turn. That started out primarily as a marathon improvement, and now we're finding the same thing in the presentation carriages, which is not such an important thing in dressage, but is quite useful in cone sometimes. So, he's resting a leg. He's not he's immobile, but they'd probably like him to be a little bit stood up better there.
What does a vehicle like that cost these days?
Depending on maker and options and things like that, you're probably talking anywhere from a base of around 8,000 up to 12,000, and there's some that are as high as 18,000 for a single vehicle like that.
What an inexpensive sport to get into.
Well, you can get into it inexpensively, but by the time you get to this level, the level of the degree of difficulty has increased dramatically, and you want to take every advantage you can to make it more about just driving your horse and less about managing the equipment, and so if we can make the driver's job a little bit easier, then we've made those improvements in the vehicle design. There again, you've got a movement from extension to collected. I'd say she needed a little bit more collection in that turn. Nice, decently straight rein back. I wonder maybe that the little break she had early on has made her a little bit hesitant, push hard in the extensions. I think this pony has a little more in there, but she can for sure say it's been the best FEI test she's ever done in competition. That transition, a little resistant there into the collected. Just like to see him a little bit more accepting of her hand. And then the final extension up to center line. Again, I think this is the driver's last opportunity to remind them what a fabulous test they've just driven. So they're going to try to really nail that center line and make it as brilliant as possible.
Deborah Lawrence and Lodestar to the Glienkowski Spider Fair. And we have three more sports. Number 32, Mary Phelps with the Shetland Ponies from Kentucky. Marks from C, 122.5, from E, 134.5, from B, 130, for penalties of 70.26. Number 40, Steve Wilson with his pair of greys. Marks from C, 169.5, E, 181, from B, 189.5, for 53.8. And for number 8, Joan Fernandez from California. Marks from C, 137.5, from E, 147, from B, 146 for 75.34. And for number 13, Rebecca Gutierrez. Marks from C, 177, from E, 191, from B, 186, for a penalty score of 61.51. At the arena now is Tracy Morgan with her German riding pony, Fuego, put to the Bennington Fairton. They won the Live Oak International this year in the advanced single pony. She was the United States Equestrian Federation's national champion in 2014. And also that year, the United States Equestrian Federation's Horse of the Year.
So we've had Debbie Lawrence just in with her first FEI test, and here we have Tracy Morgan, who's been competing at the advanced level with singles and pairs for a number of years. She's represented the U.S. I couldn't imagine to count how many times with the pairs, and this is a more experienced pony. She's been competing for a couple of years. A little bobble there into the extension.
It's only been in the last few years that we've seen German riding ponies in America. Are they making a mark on the sport?
I believe they really are making a mark on the sport. What we've got basically is a little warm blood. The warm bloods have been, for the longest time, the biggest competitive horse, whether they were German or Dutch or what, any number of the German breeds. And so now we're seeing these ponies that have that same expressive movement, as you see with this pony. So they're coming in and becoming quite popular and quite successful.
When I was announcing the scores just now, this seems to be a little bit of a difference between each of the judges. Is that fairly normal?
It's not unusual. If each judge is consistently in the same range, we don't worry so much. If we have a judge that is high on one, and then all of a sudden they drop down and they're low on another one where everybody else is opposite that, that's a little bit more concerning. Consistency. We all should be judging for the same criteria, by the same criteria, with the same ideals in mind, and so the score should be quite similar. But again, there's some things where some judges, have a particular pet peeve that just affects their score. I think one time I got a very bad score from one judge because I had a ponytail.
So you were cute with your ponytail.
I did lose it eventually.
When a judge is on the side compared to the end, are they really seeing a total different picture?
And that is also one of the things that can affect the score. Certainly the view from C is different than the side judges. For example, this pony, his tail's a little bit active sometimes. Some judges might take offense at that and mark that down as a resistance, or they might just ignore it entirely. I enjoy watching this pony. He really is expressive. He's not had a perfect test. Sometimes he was a little resistant to the bit. I'd like to see a little bit more immobility at the halt, but in the end it was nice and square. But not quite mobile enough, or not quite immobile enough, I'm sorry. Nice canter transition there. This is the collected canter again. When we start talking about the breeds, there have been before this test came out, the Dutch harness horse had become quite popular as a driving horse, and not all of those Dutch horses are fabulous canters. So that made a little bit of a difference in some of the horses that were coming into the sport. Some of them went back out again, or went to the pairs of the fours because they didn't quite have a good enough canter. This pony has quite a nice canter.
Because their canter was too elevated?
Yeah, it really didn't go anywhere. It was a little bit too up, and even sometimes a little disjointed. And not to say it was 4-beat, but that it was just a little disconnected. And they might say she was a little bit late to the one hand at that moment there, but I think she was trying to make sure she could drive the movement well. Now that that collected, I think Fuego's got a little bit too much fire going on. Yeah, accurate and getting better as she finished, but I think they're going to want to see a little bit more collection.
These ponies are fit because on Saturday they've got to go many miles on a marathon, and I haven't got the figures in front of me, but we'll talk about that more on Saturday. There's a lot of work goes into getting this fit.
Absolutely, and when you get that fit, you get a little bit pumped up, and your energy level is quite high. Little resistant at the halt, square and immobile, nice strong center line.
Tracy Morgan and her German riding pony, Fuego, for the Bennington Phaeton. And we have one more left to come in our 2-star pony class. And our next and last to go before the break is Leslie Burndle from California with Teresa Candanian's Sweetwater's Zora Bell, commonly known as Zuby. He's a Norwegian field horse. Our pony should be at 13.2. Leslie, the U.S. National Single Horse Champion in 2015. Preliminary Single Pony North American Champion and Preliminary Single Pony Champion in 2016. Also the winner of the Florida Triple Crown. Zuby is a homebred in the Norwegian field. Zuby was originally bought by a horse novice who bought her dam online the day she was born.
Here again we have another what most consider to be a draft breed, but I think we'll see that this horse is quite expressive in its gaits, and pony, as it were, despite being a sort of a non-traditional dressage mover.
Leslie Burndle and Sweetwater's Zora Bell, a Norwegian put, I don't have a vehicle is put to.
You know, this is again where that you've got them fit and strong, and then you go from extension to collected one-handed. that can be a challenge when they're a little bit feeling like, okay, is this a hazard or are we going to do a dressage test now? I think this might be the best yield we've seen so far. And I should mention that Leslie and I have been on 2 USEF teams at the World Championships in 2012 and again this year in 2016. Both times she was driving her horse Travis, and both times I was driving a half-brother to Travis, but 2 different horses. Again, quite a nice yield, and none of the resistance we've seen in some of the others, and I think a little bit more effort put in on Zuby's behalf to get this right. Nice relaxed transition, very good. Good energy in the walk. I think so far Leslie should be quite happy with this test. On the lower levels, these walk movements are coefficient of 2. So if by the time we get here, we really ought to know what we're doing, and that was quite a nice walk. And here we have the working canter again. A 30-meter loop, back to collected. See how she handles that transition. Good. Maybe a little bit slow to come all the way back to the collected, but the transition was precise. Then the halt. Collected canter. Maybe not quite as much jump to her canter, but very correct. And here the extended canter. Maybe a little bit early, but not too bad for that transition. That's always a tough call there. Another extension, back to the transition, to the collected trot again. That's always a tough one there. Still maybe a little bit more than should have been. And that's halt directly to rein back. forward into the collected again, and then extension. A little bit of resistance there against her hand, just not quite as round as she's been throughout the most of the test, but that one-handed gets a little bit difficult. And into the collected. And that's a 20 meter, which is also a little bit more difficult. Maybe could be a little bit more collected there, but I would say so far this is probably the best test we've got so far. Again, nice strong center line. Yeah, I think Leslie will be quite happy with that test.
Leslie Bandol with Zuby, Sweetwater's Zora Bell for the Spider Phantom. And we have two more scores. Number 13, Rebecca Gutierrez, judges' marks. From C, 177, from E, 191, from B, 186 for 61.51. For number 21, Deborah Lawrence, from C, 189, from E, 183.5, from B, 180 for 61.78. And are you happy with that score for Deborah?
Yeah, I think Debbie will be happy with that. I think that was a fair score. I think, as I said, I think Debbie might have been just happy to have gotten that done and over with and under her belt, and she can go on to worry about marathon now.
And I would like to now mention some of our sponsors here this weekend. Without our sponsors, we would not be competing here. So a major thank you to them, our Tiffany sponsors of Hermitage Driving Event, which is being held at the end of the month over in Goshen, Kentucky. Hillcroft Farm and Ms. D and James Miller, Ms. D being our organizer here. Live Oak International, the major combined driving event in Florida in the spring. And Rudin Riddle Equine Hospital, who are our official treating vets here at the Kentucky Classic. Rudin Riddle, dedicated care of show and sport horses, providing experienced practitioners, expertise in lameness, imaging, acupuncture, and chiropractic care. Our gold medal sponsors are Walk Farm and Wendy O'Brien. Our silver medal sponsors are Paisley Enterprises, Mary Phelps, Markel Insurance, and the driver here today, We Both Farms of David and Boots Wright, Advanced Drivers, and the Grand Oaks Resort. We'll mention more of our sponsors later on. And we have the score for the penultimate drive here this afternoon before the break. Number 27, Tracy Morgan and the German Riding Pony. Judges' marks from C, 205, from E, 198.9, from B, 201.5, for a score of 54.04. So we're now on a break until our next horse due in at 5:10, and our official time is coming up on 5:02. And we're 3.5 minutes away until our next test, when we start with our four-in hands. And we're 2 minutes away. Thank you again to the Kentucky Horse Park, grooming the arena quickly here. As we come to our four-in-hand division, we have 4 four-in-hands here this afternoon. And coming to the arena now is our
Combined driving actually
first
has
of
a
our
very
four-in-hands.
Interesting beginning. It began when HRH, the Duke of Edinburgh, became a little too old to play polo. But being a competitive guy, he still wanted to participate in equine sports. So he spoke with his daughter, Princess Anne, who was a very talented event rider, and they came up with the notion of 3-day eventing, but with carriages. And that was the birth of combined driving.
And at the arena now, first of our four-in-hands, Paul May with Harmony Sport Horses team here today of Dutch Warmbloods, imported from the Netherlands last year. They've been competing together for a year. This is Paul's first time competing at the advanced level with a team. Paul has been national pony champion in the past. Paul May, originally from England, been competing over here now for many years. This team of Dutch Warmbloods are put to the Van der Heuvel. Paul May and the Harmony Sport Horse Dutch Warmbloods to the Van der Heuvel. So here we are now with the four-in-hand. 4 horses and a few bits of leather and not much else for the front pair.
That's the truth, and now you don't have 1 or 2 personalities to manage. You've got 4 or 5 depending on how temperamental the driver is. Paul had has been doing a lot of coaching in the past, but this is just coming back to combine driving with a 4. I think maybe he'd shown a 4 in England ponies, but it's quite a lovely team here. we'll just sit back and watch and see how this goes. Quite a nice turnout too, I'll say.
We've got a variety of ages in the team here, 11, 17, 13 and 10.
Yeah, I think, Paul, these horses came from Holland and they've been competing over there, and I believe Paul's added one or two and has been kind of polishing the team a little bit. This is really the first time I've had the opportunity to watch them go. I think that left leader might just be a little bit more attentive to what the rest of the program is. The rest of the guys are looking quite nice.
And I joke that there's two in front literally joined by 4 pieces of leather. How do you keep them up front there and working?
With the leaders in the team, it's voice and you can use your whip, but when you're trying to drive this dressage test here, to take the whip and to get the lash out and tickle one of your leaders, that's quite a bit, and you won't often see that in a dressage test. Everything else tends to get a little bit potty when that happens.
Are the leaders meant to be in draft, or are they out of draft?
Primarily they're out of draft, and especially in the turns. If you let your leaders in draft, and you'll see that even more on Saturday, if you let your leaders in draft, it's hard to steer the whole team because they start pulling the front of the carriage around sooner than you'd like. So generally speaking, most of the time in the dressage test, you will see the leaders out of draft the entire time. Perhaps in the lengthenings, on the straights, you might see them in draft a little bit, but they will not be in draft for most of the test.
So the wheelers are doing all the work?
At least 90%. My first World Championships was back in 1984, and I worked for a fellow, a little bit controversial. Not everybody thought he was the fabulous guy, but he had said once that a four in hand was a moving picture, as in a photograph that was just artwork on four with 4 feet, and I was at a competition 12 years after he'd been there at once, and as we came in, I was sitting at dinner, and a couple guys said, "Hey, you're with that German guy, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, and the guy didn't speak very good English. He said, "1972, unbelievable dressage, unbelievable." So it was, it was that moving picture had happened, and when you see it, and you realize it's how precise it can be, and how magical it is to get all 4 horses out there doing what you're asking them to do, in the way you want them to do it. It's pretty impressive.
Now, was there meant to be a rein back there, or was it just a halt?
I believe that was just the halt. This is not my test. I'd have to guess that it was not meant to be a rein back. And of course here, as you said, there's just that little bits of leather out there, and all those 2 horses in the front have to do to make themselves completely unsteerable is to take half a step closer to you, as in half a step less forward, and you can't steer them because your reins are adjusted in your hand, and you'd have to start reeling in the washing rapidly to get them back in contact.
How do the reins work with the leaders and
Similar to in the pairs, the driver has 2 reins for each pair of horses. The reins come forward, and then there's a buckle, and the reins split so that the right rein is attached to the right side of each horse's bit, and the left also. Then with the leader reins, they're just significantly longer. They go through a terret on the saddle and a ring on the bridle called a Roger ring. And that's so they're there, but the reins travel all the way through, so it's not one rein for each. I mean, it's one rein for each horse, so the driver doesn't have to drive like a single with 2 reins for each horse. That's why it's also very important that the horses are forward and into their job, into their bridle. If they're not staying in the driver's hand, then he can't keep them even and well matched. Again, that left leader is just kind of the odd man out in the team there, a little bit less in the bridle, and that's why I think we're seeing him just not quite as round. face on the vertical, if you will, as the others.
The off-wheeler looks a little over the bit there.
Could be at times, the wheeler sometimes, trying to keep everybody light, and if the leader gets a little strong, you might lose your wheeler, or if your wheeler's back up, you might take a little bit more in your wheeler's mouths than you intend. But yeah, the left wheeler's getting a little bit bouncy there. I think this is going to be our rein back. There we go.
That looked pretty straight.
It did. I don't know if that carriage has a fifth wheel brake or not, but the horses were, after that one little hop on the left wheeler, they were quite agreeable. Something about a black team with 4 whites. My fiance says I don't really have a particular type in women, but I certainly have a type in horses, and that would be it.
I'm not adding a word to that one, Sterling.
She's repeated it, so I can say it. Quite a lot of suspension in that team. And this is what we want to see. We've got all this tension that we can have in these horses. They're all fit and ready to go. And then we can still see and have a nice, mostly relaxed team walking across the diagonal there. Thinking that right leader's thinking maybe he'd like to giddy up and go a little bit, but
Paul May and the Harmony Farms team of Dutch Warmbloods. Put to the Van der Heuvel. We're mentioning that vehicles are made by different manufacturers. Is there a lot of difference in who makes a carriage?
There can be, certainly. Van den Heuvel was one of the top European brands, along with Kuhnle. We've seen some Kuhnle earlier. Quite a few Polish companies. One or two of them, I think, are quite good. The Glinkowski is my favorite Polish vehicle, but they all basically are offering similar features these days, so it's a little bit personal preference now.
And coming to the arena now is Josh and Emily Rector's team of Jazz, Ardent, Abacus, Savannah, Freedom and Laszlo. They're put to this Spider Fairton from New Heritage Carriage Imports. Josh been competing for 15 years now. Competed at the World Equestrian Games in 2010. Twice right here at the Kentucky Horse Park. Twice USCF bronze medalist in the 4-in-hand national championships. They live in Charlottesville, Virginia, where they're developing this new young team. They have 2 young boys, and they live at Nags Head Farm in Charlottesville. Josh Rector and his team to the Spider Fountain from New Heritage.
And here we see Josh making a nice strong entrance. Always important to make that first impression a good one.
Do you know what the breed is of this team? Just a mixed team?
It's a mixed team. I don't know exactly which these are. Mostly, they were the original team started out as all German, and well, I think he's got some Dutch in here now, and maybe some other even North American breeding. In fact, I believe Savannah, if I'm correct, I'm recognizing as the right leader, has been in a pair and a single horse as well. I think she's a Frisian, maybe a Georgian Grand Frisian Saddlebred cross. We really do see a little bit of a lot of things out here.
It's a little bit as handsome is as handsome does with driving horses.
Absolutely, absolutely, and especially with the European breeds, you can find things of similar type in many different, wearing many different brands, and it's not uncommon to see leaders that have just a little bit more pizzazz than the wheelers. The wheelers are really as we mentioned earlier, the workhorses. They've got to do most of the pulling. Worked for a team once, and there was 3 or 4 inches difference actually in height between the leaders and the wheelers. This is quite a nice, let's say it's a block, they're all in the same frame, they're all moving together well. Nice looking team. With the four-in-hand also, it's not so simple as pulling the right rein to go right. We want to make a nice round turn, and there's a spot ideally, and you can see this quite clearly here, where the right wheeler's head is sort of aimed right in between the two leaders, hips, and that spot's called the luge, and we like to see that inside wheeler just a little bit tracking, not turning in at the same time as the leader. So when they're making a turn, actually Josh will have to take a little bit, he'll turn the leaders a little bit and then turn the wheelers. Otherwise he'd just have sort of a column right march, which is not what we want to see. We want to see nice round bends and turns.
That might just be the way we're looking at things, but it looks as though the lead is sucked back as he came around the corner there.
Might have been, Nigel. I did not notice that on the screen, but might have been my perspective here as well. Little impatience on the leader's part there. Sometimes it's a trick of do I take a half a point and start a little early because my leader's about to leave without me, or do I try to force the issue? And especially when you're bringing along a young team, maybe you force the issue regardless. Yeah, we can see a little bit of a different type in Josh's wheelers and leaders. Wheelers are a little bit more old-style warm blood, and the leaders are a little bit more knee, more of the Dutch type. Some people don't like that effect. I think it kind of actually makes it a little bit snazzy. You've got the brilliant leaders and good, powerful movement from the wheelers, but just not quite as much wow factor. I think this makes a nice picture all the way through. So I should mention there we saw Josh doing that one-handed movement. Of course, he's doing that with 4 reins in one hand, not just 2. You may notice most of the 4-in-hand drivers will use a buckle of some kind so that they don't actually have to have all 4 individual reins in their hands to make those turns. They'll put a buckle in there so the adjustment stays the same. They don't have to worry about the reins slipping or anything like that. This seems to be the spot where the left wheelers object a little bit, but that was again a nice straight rein back from Josh as well.
So we're seeing 2 fairly inexperienced drivers here this afternoon in our 4-in-hand class. Our next competitor was driving Percherons for 20 years beforehand. Driving draft horses versus competitive horses, anything similar?
Well, for sure, the handling reins and multiple reins is won't be a new thing to Craig. And isn't a new thing to Craig, but how you do it and what you're asking of your horses may have been a bit of a transition. I should note that I can't remember now if it's been 10 or 11 times that Chester Weber has won the World or the National 13. Okay, I apologize, Chester. I wasn't paying attention. 13 times he's won the national championships, and Chester used to drive Clydesdales as well. So. It's a transition that many have made quite successfully. So Josh will lose some points there for that right horse jigging in the lead. I think I know what's coming in her future. Lots of walking training. That's the thing about putting together a 4. And when you're rebuilding a little bit, Josh had some older horses, and finding the right temperaments, and sometimes you make one change and that causes another change that you have to make where you think you only needed a right leader, and then you find all of a sudden you get the right leader and now the left leader doesn't work anymore or something like that. So it can be quite a challenge to get 4 individuals that fit the spots you need to fill and really do the job right. I think this team's got a lot of potential so far, even if they're not perfect yet.
Josh and Emily Rector's new team here, put to the New Heritage Spider Phaeton. And we have the score for our first 4-in-hand this afternoon. That was Paul May. Judges' marks from C, 146, from E, 144, from B, 153.5, for a 72.78. And coming by the lane now, by the lake, next to go. Ross and Amy Creelman's team of Dutch Warmbloods, being driven by Craig Grange from Delmar, Iowa. The Creelmans are from New Brunswick, Canada. A very matched team here of 16 hands of Dutch Warmbloods. This is their 4th year of competitive driving. Craig drove a 6-horse Percheron hitch for 20 years before taking up combined driving. And we have a score from the pony division before the break. Number 1, Leslie Burndle, marks from C 201, from E 185, from B 212 for 53.69. And we're believing that's the best FEI score in the ponies there so far. And the bell must have gone for Craig Grange and the Dutch Warmbloods.
You know, especially with the 4s, this the run into the arena is a little bit tight. We don't always get it perfect, but that's a little bit tight.
Craig Grange and the Dutch Warmbloods of Ross and Amy Creelman.
As Nigel mentioned earlier, it's a little bit. We have a relatively green team, and as far as combined driving goes, Craig probably has the least experience of the bunch so far. I think the judges are going to want to see a little bit more of a rounder frame than what we've got so far here. But they're going well. Maybe a little more definition in the gates would be better. Let's see, and turnout is something that we talk about turnout, what the driver's wearing, what the grooms are wearing, and while they're very correct, personally for me, it's a little bit too somber. I was driving one time, and it was a fairly formal turnout in a judge's clinic, and one of the participants said, well, shouldn't he be wearing black because he's got a collar on, it's a formal turnout, and the English judge who was conducting the clinic said, or actually I should say Scotland, I might get in trouble for that, said why he's not going to a funeral, and I think maybe Craig should add a little bit more color into his turnout, might brighten up the day.
And you mentioned harness here. They've got collars on and not breastplates. Any difference in driving that way?
It depends. The full collar is an English and a little bit more Western European tradition. You get the Eastern Europeans, the Hungarians, the Poles, Czechs, mostly use a breastplate. The breastplate is a little bit more forgiving. You can use one breastplate on a wide variety of horses where, generally speaking, the full collar and hames, as you see there, has to be fitted very precisely. And with these four-in-hands, usually they have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 horses in the barn that they're using in and out of that team, which means you've got to have that many collars, and depending on the horse's size of the neck, you could have to have that many sets of hames as well. And so it's a little bit simpler, and sometimes we go the simple way and use the breastplate. It does make a little bit of a difference in the attachments, and there's lots of debate back and forth about the angle of draft, what's the most effective, and whether the horses are happier or go better with a full collar or a breastplate. I've had some horses that went really well in a full collar, and some horses that went really badly in a full collar. So that's a little bit of a personal thing, or an individual, actually, I should say. Some horses are prefer it, and then the turnout comes down. And in some turnouts, one is more correct than another. In the combined driving sport, most of our vehicles are sporting type vehicles, and that kind of gives us the leeway to use whichever one we prefer. The full collar is a little bit more formal, and for example, if you saw the driving with breastplates, you might not want to have the full livery as Craig has here on his grooms with the long tailcoats.
Do you drive the marathon with a full collar?
There again, it's a little bit personal preference. Many people don't like the full collar because there's a little bit of a risk if the hames break. Then you're pretty much done, because you can't kind of duct tape the hames back together to finish the marathon. Some do prefer; they feel that the horses pull better or stronger, more easily with a full collar. But you don't see it very often anymore. Back in the old days when we started this game, you saw it quite frequently, but anymore we don't. And I should say, back in the old days, we saw people driving. And these vehicles are all modern construction, steel wheels, disc brakes, etc. We discussed earlier. The first competition I ever drove in a non-cut under, which means that the wheels would actually come up against the body in a turn, mostly not restored. I think I had flat black paint on it, steel tires, and I took the back seat out so that the referee, that in the old days we had referees, not necessarily grooms, so they had a place to sit beside me, and things have changed quite a bit since then. They do say you have to finish the course with 4 wheels on, where in the old days they'd sometimes just cut down a tree if they'd lost a wheel and wedge it underneath the axle to finish.
These leaders seem to be more in draft than the other 3 teams we've seen.
They are a little more in draft, and I don't know if that's something to do with Craig's draft background. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe they're just a little bit more forward. In general, I think this team is not quite as well schooled. They're not quite, as we say, on the bit. We'd like to see them a little bit rounder in their neck. The face is a little bit more on the vertical, and these guys are just a little bit out of that, more than they ought to be. I was going to say, I think he's. I think we've had an error of course there. Yeah. So an error of course will cost him 5 penalty points for the first, 10 for the second, or is it? Yeah, and then 3 and you're out. So in the case of an error, he'll go back to where he went wrong and recommence. So he won't get scored on what he did wrong, and he will get scored again on the movement driven correctly, but he will have a 5-point penalty added to his score. We talked earlier about the scoring. Points are from 1 to 10, and then they convert that score to a penalty. So if he had an overall score, say of 198, they'd take 5 points away from him for that error, and then they convert that 198 to a penalty score. Excuse me, to a. It gets very complicated. They have coefficients, and they add and they subtract and they divide, and there's a reason I drive horses instead of build bridges. We talked about the leaders being out of draft. Now, sometimes in the walk, they will put the leaders a little bit in draft because when they have a little bit of a job, sometimes you get a little bit more of a steady walk out of them. They are an attractive team. I think one wheeler's been resisting him quite a bit throughout the test. That's probably hurt him, especially when that's the one with the white face and the white legs. It makes it a little bit more obvious.
Ross and Amy Creelman's team of Dutch Warm Bloods, driven by Craig Grange from Delmar, Iowa. And we have the score for the second four in hand, number 33, Josh Rector. Marks from E153, C153, from E158, from B171, for penalties of 65.21. Paul May's score came in at 72.78. And we come now to our last of our four in hands. Number 42, Misty Wrigley Miller, with her team of Dutch Warmblood Geldings, Putler the Kunla. This is their third season. They're competing at four in hands. Just come back from the four in hand World Championships in Breda, as well as an accomplished four in hand driver. Misty is also a world champion saddlebred competitor.
I'm not sure that Craig will be very happy with the score that he's going to get from that test. I think there were enough inconsistencies that he won't like it, but I think that's a team that's got some potential, and I think we'll keep seeing improvement out of that group.
Misty Wrigley Miller and her team of Dutch Warmbloods.
I had the pleasure of spending some time in the same facility in Germany where Misty was training this year at the beginning of the season, and she's got a bunch of really nice horses and had quite a lot of success in dressage this year. was in the top ribbon several times, including at the World Championships. And I think, for her being a relatively new four-in-hand combined driver, I think we're going to see a nice test here, and Misty's really been doing a nice job of it.
In just 4 years competing for your country, even in the second year, I believe.
Yeah, Misty drove in Normandy, and this is her second go at Breda as an individual, but they just keep getting better and better. This is really what we're looking for, a lot of uniformity. The horses are working together. Good bend. They're not changing their frames at all. Really good definition in the gates. This is what's kept Missy on top. I'm looking into that sun, and I wonder if she can see where she's going at this moment. Yeah. The reflection off the lake is pretty significant at that moment. Our leaders weren't perfectly even there, but they all halted at the same time. They all stood. Got a little bit of not quite as straight as we'd like there. That left leader may be over-flexing a little bit in the turns there, but still just maintaining that uniformity. And here we have the power and that extension. Nice transition. I'm fairly certain that's the best 4 we've had rein back tonight. And a nice center line to finish it off. I would take a wager on who's winning the 4-in-hand dressage tonight.
Misty Wrigley Miller and her team here of Dutch Warmbloods. The last of our 4-in-hands. We still have 8 left to come here this afternoon, or this evening I should say, as the sun is getting close to going over the yardarm. And the score for number 11, Craig Grange. Judges' marks from C, 168, from E, 153.5, from B, 184.5, including an error, of course, gives him a penalty score of 65.49. So it'll be just a few minutes until we get Misdy's score. And next to come is first of our 2 pairs of ponies in our FEI 2-star division. Number 38. And the first of our pairs, number 38. Katie Whaley with her own pair of Welsh crosses, put to the New England Carriage Company's vehicles. Katie's been a member of the United States Equestrian Team at 4 World Championships. Participated twice with a 4 when they were 10th. They won the Little Everglades at Live Oak, Down and Live Oak. And when not driving horses, Katie has an interesting profession.
Katie and I have been competing together since forever. I think since we were both young. I think my first show in '78 or '79, we were both there competing as juniors.
Katie Whaley and her Welsh ponies to the New England Carriage Company.
Katie's added a new pony into the pair recently. The left pony was a single pony, and is now in making that dressage just a bit better. I don't know that we've talked about that, but you know, earlier we'd spoken about how many people ride their equines. Obviously, when you start talking about smaller ponies, it's not always a lot of ridden work done, but the single work is imperative. So it's not just, okay, we're driving a four, so we go hook up 4 horses, or just a pair. We go hook up the pair. There's quite a lot of single work involved and pair work involved in the fours as well. Here again, we're seeing quite a lot of consistency with Katie's pair. You know, when you've been playing this game for a long time, there are things that you see and you recognize. I've known Katie's right pony since he left his home to his first owner, and that was quite a few years back in Florida. It's kind of fun to see how things go. Katie might have liked that right pony to be a little bit straighter coming up that center line, but they're coming fairly freely forward. Maybe a little bit more relaxed and stretched forward would be better, but I think she'll be accepting of that. Oh, little bobble there. You know, we don't see a lot of purebred Arabians in this sport, but there are a fair number of Arab crosses. It seems like that cross adds a little bit of stamina and maybe a little bit of smarts, or maybe a little bit of difficulty depending on your opinion of the breed. I've had enough of them that I kind of think it's a little bit of smarts, which means they think too much sometimes, but I think in my experience, the Arab crosses that I've had have been extremely durable and still some pretty nice movers.
Are these Welsh ponies got an Arab cross in them?
The off pony, I think, is Welsh Arab, and the near pony is actually Welsh all the way, I think, a C. So we might like to see a little bit more forward and down with the ponies there, but the walk was accurate and precise. And again, as with the beginning, we like to make a nice, strong impression on the judges, and Katie's certainly doing that with that extension down the center line. And a nice halt. Very good.
Katie Whaley and her Welsh pony crosses to the New England Carriage Company's vehicle. And we have the score for the last of our four-in-hands. Ms. D. Wrigley Miller, judges' marks from C, 193.5, from E, 201.5, from B, 189.5, to go well into the lead with 45.15. And we come now to our second of our pairs of ponies in our FEI 2-star competition. Another experienced pony driver, Jennifer Matheson, with Katrina Becker and Katie Diggs Farm and Marianne Boyden from Choice of Champions Farm. A mixed pair here of German riding ponies, a Welsh pony and also a Morgan in there. Jennifer Matheson, three-time USCF National Pairs Champion, 2013, 11 and 10, and also was the Horse of the Year in the Pony Pairs those years as well. Two-time member of the United States Equestrian Team and bronze medalist, team medalist in 2011, and she was a one-time member of the Canadian Equestrian Team. This year, they've had a good year at the Advanced Single Pony Division. First at Little Everglades in Florida, third at Live Oak, and second at Southern Pines in North Carolina. Jennifer Matheson with the pair of mixed ponies to the Gunla Spider Phaeton.
Here we have a slightly bigger pair of ponies than the last pair. I think the judges might have liked to see that halt hold just a little bit longer. Sometimes you take what you get. Pony's not quite working the same right here. I think that right pony's head up might hurt her a little bit.
But would the judge on the far side of the arena notice that as well?
It depends. I think that they might see that, but there are times when the offside judge doesn't see what's happening opposite them. My late mother was a judge, and I jumped all over her one time judging a test. I saw she was judging, and one of the horses in the pair almost halted and then got snatched forward as the other horse went through, and her scores were higher. And I said, well, how did, I mean, you know, when the horse halted in the middle of the test when it wasn't supposed to be, how did you give it a good mark? She said, well, I never saw it do it. It was on the other side, and it happened quick enough. She just didn't.
But your mother was a fierce judge. I remember her well.
She was indeed. She was indeed.
But a great instructor, too.
Yeah, she helped a lot of people and improved their driving across the country, and she was a fierce judge. I was silly enough once to drive in front of her driving her own horse, and I did not get a great score from her because she expected what he could do perfectly when he did it perfectly, and we didn't have it perfect that day, so we got pretty bad scores. They're a good-looking pair of ponies, but I think they just need to be a little bit more submissive to the driver to get really good marks here. You know, the old driving tradition, you wanted as perfectly matched as you could get, color, size, movement, etc. And in combined driving, those haven't really gone away. But at this point, I think it's more critical that the movement and the work ethic is the same. And if you have two ponies like this that are a little bit off, not quite the same color, they're going to forgive that over two that look identical and don't work together. We had a pretty nice halt going there, and then one pony got a little bit antsy and didn't want to wait. A little bit bouncy. The walk started there. That'll take a little bit away as well. I think that's just a little bit more speed than what the judges were looking for there. A little bit more together would be, that right pony just wants to resist a little bit too much, I think, to make everybody happy there. Nice straight rein back, maybe a little bit fast, but they were together. And there again, from that overview, you can see a little bit that right pony just not quite bending with the other pony, and still a little bit not there. I mean, they're nice moving ponies. The pony's just not quite getting the program. I think that's just going to keep her from getting the score she'd really like to get, and that these ponies can achieve if they get it all together 100%. There we have a nice walk.
Jennifer Matheson from Aiken, South Carolina, with Katrina Becker and Marianne Boyden's mixed pair. And we have the score for the first of our pony pairs. Number 38, Katie Whaley. Judges' marks from C, 196, from E, 184.5, from B, 180.5, for a 49.67. So we come now to our single entry in our pony four in hand. That's number 19, Philip Knox, with Christine Knox's team. The leaders are Hobby and Alamode. The wheelers are Felicity and Tass. They're all Connemara mares. They're sisters or three-quarter sisters. All homebred, all trained by Christine Knox, and they're put to the Kunla sporting break. They competed in Kentucky and Florida last season. We still have 5 single horses to come after our pony 4. So scores are up for the 4-in-hand class. Mr. Wrigley Miller in the lead with 45.15. Josh Rector second with 65.21. And we're just checking a score here. Craig Grange is 65.49, and Paul May with his new team of 72.78. So our Phillips Knox team in the arena now. In the summer, this team of ponies goes out to Idaho in the mountains, and they round up cattle. Philip Knox with Christine Knox's team of Connemara mares to the Cunla Sporting Break.
You know, it's quite a feat. Everybody thinks that siblings are always the perfect match, and really rarely is that the case. I think I think they're quite proud of the fact that they're all, and rightfully so, that they've got a 4 of homebreds that are all related, that work together pretty well and match together well, even though one of them is a little bit off color. Her siblings are all the same. I think that pony wants to be a single and do the canter test. We like the relaxation, but I think they just need to be a little bit more enthusiastic about their jobs here, a little bit more into his hand.
And again, it seems as these leaders are quite well in draft.
Yeah, and I think there, where we talked about in the walk, where sometimes I'll put the leaders in to get them to pull a little bit more and go forward. I think maybe there, that one was pulling a little bit too much and cantered along. They have some movements there where they look quite nice. A little bit more energy in that collected would be a little bit more desirable. You know, with the 4s, it's always a little bit more difficult to get well into the corners, and Phil's using his corners quite well. A little more bending in the body would be a little bit better coming out of that, and that one leader wants to bounce a little bit more on him there. One of my first driving jobs was a fellow from New Jersey who had, I think, about 9 gray horses. And the first thing we do, one would start feeding, the other one would start bathing. The first couple of hours our day, every day, was bathing white horses and making them look shiny and white and pure. I think the Knox family has won the Grooms Award here before for doing such an excellent job of keeping those shiny white ponies looking shiny and white.
To mention your mother, she wouldn't have approved of bathing of horses. She would have said you groomed horses.
That might be true, but we didn't have very many gray horses in the barn when I was a kid either. Not much you can do about a gray that wants to get stained. Although I do recall I had a roan Appaloosa at a pony club rally one time, and the judge went up and licked her finger and rubbed the pony, and licked her finger and rubbed the pony, and she said, "I'd swear that's a stain, but I can't get it off, so I can't give you a penalty." I think we called that camouflage then. part of the trick of this whole sport is making everything look shiny and polished. And I can speak from experience, when you put polish on the wrong side of your black or brown harness on your gray horse, it shows. One of the other things I'll point out here, if you see on the leaders, most of these teams, they have what we call a king bar. So where the attachment at the pole head and the leader's traces are attached to is one straight piece. That's really more of an Eastern European type bar than what the English style driving, or even the Germans would usually use with leader bars, where you have a main bar and then two lead bars attached to that main bar, which is much more independent. For some, the sound of those bars clicking together is a lovely experience, but it can also be quite distracting, and it moves a lot more, and so it's a little bit harder to get your leaders are putting their heads in a round frame down there, and then you have a bit greater risk of also getting a leg over when they start swinging around and getting uneven. So in competition, you mostly now will see this king bar, where it's a solid bar all the way across. Not quite a uniform rein back, but we got straight and moved a bit. Also, the pole attachment on a traditional vehicle, you'd have a curved stainless, normally what we call a crab on the end of the pole that the lead bars would be attached to. And a lot of these modern vehicles now, we see it's a straight piece. So again, the bars don't dip down. It just takes away some of the risk that either the traces will dip down low enough that the wheeler could get a leg over, or a leg over the bar. You don't want that in the ring. You've got to put a groom down, and those are penalties you don't need. There's that final extension. As we see, Phil was able to handily touch his wheelers with that whip, but trying to get the leaders is not something you're going to see very often in the dressage ring.
Philip Knox with Christine Knox's Connemara mares, all put to the Kunla Sporting break. So we have 5 left to come in our single horse division. And the next time we'll be back streaming again will be on Saturday for the marathon. And we have the score for Jennifer Matheson in the pairs of ponies. Marks from C, 174, from E, 182.5, from B, 161.5 for 58.13 to go into second place. And there are 5 entries for our single horse division. So we're waiting now for the first of our single ponies. We've got a little bit ahead of schedule here. So I'd like to mention some more of our sponsors here this weekend. Our supporters here this weekend are Incorporated, the golf car company here on the Kentucky Horse Park. Our drivers, Josh and Emily Rector, Eric Sanders, Southern Venture, and Williman Farrier Service. Our friends are the Appointments USA, Bluegrass Hospitality, KBC Horse Supplies, Letton Insurance Agency, and our in-kind sponsors, without whom we don't survive, are Ale 81 for providing our drinks here. Jack Alvarez's Driving Essentials, the portable marathon obstacle, which we'll be talking more about on Saturday. Bevan's Tractor Supply, and the Gators, Carriage Association of America, who are our hosts for the welcome party and the judges' lunches. Ketmoy Printing, our program printing. Max and Patty Montoya, and Penn Station Subs, our volunteer lunches on Marathon Day. Paul Miller Ford for the banners and trucks display in the obstacles. Single Frame LLC for the program design and production. And our longtime organizers here, Kate and Katie Whaley, here supplying the competitors' lounge. And our first to go in our single horse division, making their way by the lake now, coming to the arena. Competing here in the first FEI 2-star, Denis Martin from Quebec. Driving Senna, a Canadian Hanoverian cross, 16 hands, 8 years of age. And the signal from the judge. And on the way to the arena now. And I was a little ahead of ourselves. The bell has just been rung. Denis Martin with Senna, his Canadian Hanoverian 8-year-old.
Nice strong entrance, but then we have a not very square and not quite a mobile halt. That will cost him a little bit there. That's a bit strong for the collection. Yeah, the judges are going to want to be seeing a little bit more of a definition in his gaits there. A little bit strong and maybe a little bit behind. I know I've been guilty of getting in there and thinking I had a perfect collection, and when I went back and looked at it, looked like I was late for dinner. But here we have the first yield, and they're going to be looking for a little bit more lateral movement there. From this angle, I'm not quite seeing as much as I think they're going to want to see from him. And just maybe not quite enough definition in trot there. in the walk, it's always a little bit of a tough thing. You never know, if I push too much, am I going to get a break? If I don't push, am I going to get a bad score? That looked a little bit like a little bit too much push, and we got a little break there. Always a tough decision. Nice forward working trot there, coming into the next canter, but I think we wanted a little bit of a collection before that. That's a little bit of a better halt. We want to see all four legs square, front feet even, back feet even. Not perfect in front, but better than that first one where he was a little bit all over. Now into the collected canter, and yeah, we've got the wrong lead there. They're not going to like that very much.
Come on.
Be a little bit difficult too as you come into the finish. That my horse liked to swap out just when we got to the back as he prepared for that right bend going back to the track. We had to work on that quite a bit this summer.
Denis Martin from Canada with Senna, his Canadian Hanoverian, competing here in his first time at the FEI 2-Star. And we have a score for number 19, Philip Knox, and his team of Welsh ponies. Marks from C, 130. from E114.5, from B133.5, for a penalty score of 85.66 for the pony team. And at the arena now, next to go in our single horse, number 10, Chase Gillespie with his own Wonder Woman, a Frisian Thoroughbred cross, put to the New Heritage Farm vehicle. They've competed on the Florida circuit for the last 2 years. This is their first FEI two-star test. Chase is a senior in high school, interested in engineering and medicine.
This is a fun one for me. I've known Chase since he was about half that size and driving a halflinger. And most of us that know them say there's two Wonder Women on that carriage. The one, his mother sitting on the back, and the horse up front doing all the work.
Chase Gillespie and his Frisian Thoroughbred Cross Wonder Woman to the New Heritage vehicle.
Chase is doing a nice job here, going from that collected one hand, a little bit quick there, collected one hand to the extension, all one-handed. And then our first yield. And the medium trot. Could be a little bit more there, I think. And then into the extension. it's also very exciting for the sport to see young drivers like Chase coming along and competing at the advanced level. Watching him come along with his pony and then coming on and coming up to this nice horse. This mare was started down in Texas by a driver by the name of Bill Peacock, and comes along, and Chase has had the opportunity to work with a couple of different trainers. I think most recently he's working with Larry Poulin, and has spent at least one winter down there or back and forth training with Larry. It's a lot of fun to see these guys, boys and girls, coming along and staying with the sport and advancing up. It's what keeps us all going, keep the sport alive. Yeah, this mare does have a nice canter, and I know she's forward. Chase does a good job to keep her from really bombing off and neck collected. Nice job to finish up that extension there too. Nice active extension there from head on. Yeah, keeping that collected is a nice transition down there as well. Very deliberate, well divided diagonal pairs. That should get good marks. Unfortunately, that little break there is going to cost him a little bit, but it's been a pretty solid test so far. And a nice finish for Chase and Wonder Woman.
Chase Gillespie And the Frisian Thoroughbred cross to the New Heritage Farm vehicle. So we have the score for our first to go in our single horse division. Number 22, Denny Martin from Canada, with scores from C of 153.5, from E 157.5, from B 165, for a penalty score of 75.38. And our next to go, our oldest FEI 3-star competitor in the United States in the driving world, Kent Brownridge, with his own Halstead's Shale, put to the Technicarriage Shadow.
There's a lot of interesting commentary that we'll be talking about with this horse and turnout, but this is another breed we don't see a lot of in combined driving as purebreds, but Halstead Shale, also known as Hal, is a registered Hackney horse, and this is a carriage that Kent has designed, and it has some very unique features we'll talk about as he comes along.
Kent Brownridge and Halstead's Shale to the Technicarriage Shadow.
Nice square halt. If you guys notice at the bottom of that carriage, it looks like there's a gas tank down there, and in fact it is a motorcycle gas tank, and it's ballast. Kent has built what he believes to be the most stable, low center of gravity vehicle for combined driving and dressage and cones that we can have. And I can say so far I haven't seen him have any problems with it. It's a very unique and modern looking vehicle. It does not look like all the other carriages. The suspension is different, and in fact this carriage has a steering system that Kent operates with his feet. The two panels that his feet are on, he can actually steer the carriage left or right as he goes. And we'll see this the same thing on Saturday with his marathon carriage. Kent's been designing and building carriages of different styles and types for several years now. And this is his most unique design, I think. Not everybody likes the look, but it does seem to be quite effective. Here we have a nice strong attempt at the yield. I think maybe a little bit more lateral would be better there, but Hal's doing a nice job. Ken's doing a nice job of driving Hal in not losing that connection that he had. Sometimes we get a little extra resistance when we start to ask for that lateral, and that did not happen there. Here we go from the medium to a collected, a little bit inverted there, so his head came up a little bit too much, and then he settled back into it. There we go, nice finish to that. Oop.
Sterling, those shafts look very different too on this vehicle.
Yes, they do. Because of the steering system, the attachment has to be a little bit unique, and so we've got a little bit of a combination of steel and wood there. But there's a sort of a single neck that comes up. There's the attachment for the shafts, and I've asked Kent about that. It looked like a weak point to me, but he assures me that I think they've made some design changes there as well, that it's quite secure and strong. but because of the way that the carriage steers, that anchor point has to come in low like that, where the rest of them are coming straight off the front of the carriage on 2 points off of a centerpiece attached to the front. That doesn't work with this steering system.
And it looks as though there's independent suspension on all wheels there.
I believe that's accurate, although I do think that there's an actual connecting them, so I'm not sure exactly how independent it is. I mean, there's 4 springs on each corner, but I think that there's a straight axle all the way across, so I think that that's not quite the effect here. A little late on that transition, and it got a little bit strong coming in. Yeah. So Hal's having a little difficulty maintaining that canter there. Now we've got it going again. I think we're all right. That was a nice transition back to the collected there. A nice halt, yeah. This is what we kind of, I mean, it's a little bit hit and miss there, but generally what we were seeing in that collection there is what we want to see, where we've got lots of bounce and energy without a lot of forward movement. And the collected could be a little bit more round and together. I think we're a little bit fast in the collected there, and here we come for the extended canter. Yeah, nice forward without too much charging across. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Generally speaking, we ask a little bit early for the transition there. If we wait too long, when we get to the track, we tend to get a break. So as a general rule, we ask just a little bit before, because we want to make sure that at that letter, the movement has to be done. And again, another nice transition back. Could be a little bit more round than in a frame. And that halt is correct. You pause enough to establish the halt and then go straight into the rein back. A little bit of a jackknife at the end, but take away a little bit that little hop up into the upper transition. We would like to see just a little more consistency. His head's come up a little bit. And there you see Kent using the whip, even though it's a one-handed movement. He's using the whip to help maintain the collection and help even steer a little bit. Then we collect around the corner and then into extension up the center line again. There you go. Hal's working hard for Kent to get those last few points.
Kent Brownridge and Halstead Shale to his own design Technicarriage Shadow. So we have 2 left to come this evening, and another score from the single horse division. For number 10, Chase Gillespie, judges' marks from C 175 from E165, from B174.5 for a 68.53. And our penultimate drive tonight is number 14, Buzz and Nifty Hamilton's Macari Design, driven by Nifty. Macari Design, a 16-hand Dutch warm blood 8-year-old, put to the Bennington Spider. This year was their first year driving at the FEI level. They won at Little Everglades in January and was second at Garden State in September in New Jersey.
This is a nice horse. I've competed against this horse when he was showing at prelim and again at advanced. I think the only reason we don't see more good placings there after that one at Little Everglades was Nifty hurt her knee and had to have some surgery and couldn't show for the rest of the season just about, and so we're just coming back to it now at the end of the year. This is quite a nice horse, and I expect we should see a good test out of this.
Nifty Hamilton and Macari Design, Dutch warm blood to the Bennington Spider.
Nice halt, quiet and steady. Good beginning. And Nifty's done a nice job of bringing this horse along. A little bit uneven pace there. I'm not sure they'll call it a break, but they might give her a little bit of ding for that. A little overflex there. And here's our first yield. Yeah. Looks like maybe she's playing it a little bit safe. I think that horse has got a little bit more of an extension in there. And here we go for our second yield. Could be a little bit more lateral. But she's getting it. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Looks quite excellent from this angle. Then up into the medium trot. Right on the mark there. At G. and then to the walk transition. Boom. This is what we like, a nice forward active walk. And then a free walk. Now it's pretty easy for the horses to get, I won't say necessarily distracted, but little things. They're not concentrating quite as much. You're not asking as much of them now. The walk can be a very difficult movement. Nice upper transition. Into the canter, very accurate. Oh, falling out, that's going to cost her. There we go. That was unfortunate. You know, that's a, you know, the horse doesn't necessarily think about that for the rest of the test, but you have to worry about the driver thinking about that for the rest of the test. Again, another nice square halt. Holding it very well. Excellent. That'll get her a good mark. And a good upper transition. You know, it's a little bit tough when they're standing there to get all that weight and movement. I mean, the carriage weighs somewhere between 400 and 500 some pounds, depending on the vehicle. And you got two people on there and that one little horse.
It's a good story.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting a lot of reach there. Yeah, needs to make sure he doesn't get too much. He wants to get a little deep there. They might have thought that was a little bit too early, but it was a nice transition, yeah. We used to have two of these Hamilton women to contend with. Nifty's daughter, Jan Jan, is also quite an accomplished single horse driver. She's off at school right now, so we just have Nifty competing. Well, that's going to cause her some problems too. You always want to show a really clear transition when you go from that working to the collected. Horses staying together nicely. Might be a little bit more collection possible. A little deep there. There we go, nice finish. Yep.
Nifty Hamilton with her and Buzz Hamilton's Macari design. 8-year-old Dutch Warmblood to the Bennington Spiker. And we have the score for Kent Brownridge. Number 3, judges' marks from C, 171.5, from E, 171.5, from B, 181.5, for 66.76. So we come now to our last to go here in our FEI division for the Kentucky Classic combined driving event here in Lexington, Kentucky at the Kentucky Horse Park. And our last is number 29, Carrie Ostrowski-Fricker from Lexington, Kentucky, with owned by Bethany Sandy and Bill Kratz. Canada King is a 9-year-old Dutch harness horse competing in the second.
And when it looked pretty clear that she wasn't going to be financially or quite ready to go to the World Championships, Bill may have done some little stuff, but I'm not sure that he actually competed until Carrie got him. And just tremendous improvement throughout the season with this pair. King's looking a little bit too far forward to that canter movement, and that's going to cost her some points there. A little inconsistency, needs to stay a little bit more round in frame. Yeah. Now, another thing about this sport, a lot of people that have come from other disciplines comment about is how drivers help each other and all that. Riding as groom for Carrie this evening, I guess we should say, is Stacy Gary, who we'll be seeing tomorrow in the intermediate division with her own horse. And a good finish to that lengthened canter there. We've had a few little inconsistencies and bobbles here, but oh, must have been a killer flower there. And here we go, attacking that finish. A little wiggle, not straight. The side judges might not see it when you're not straight, but for sure that judge at C is looking right at you. Oh, and a little bit awkward at that halt.
Carrie Ostrowski Fricker with Canadian King, Dutch harness horse cross to the Glinkowski. And that completes our dressage for this evening here at the Kentucky Classic. I have the score now for number 14, Nifty Hamilton, in our single horse division. From judges' marks from C, 189, from E, 181.5, from B, 190 for 60.36. It'll be a few minutes before we get the last scores, and I suspect we won't be staying online. So I'd like to thank Sterling Grayburn for being here today and having our first live streaming driving event from the United States, and to thank our viewers from the Kentucky Classic CDE.com, the USEF Network.com, the Carriage Association Online.com, that's CAA.com. Our last score will be coming up on our live scoring for those of you who are watching at home. We will announce the last score here shortly. So we'll say goodnight to you all. Look forward to seeing you back here for more dressage tomorrow for the intermediate and preliminary divisions. We will not be streaming the intermediate and prelim, but we will be back streaming on Saturday for the marathon. Have a good evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.